Rocky Linux is what this is in. We're basically just doing an overview of kind of a previous setup. It's kind of morphed into something I didn't expect. We can see old Rocky Linux based as our foundation, and then we have Nix with all the new hotness packages that aren't available in Rocky, and even Flatpak with like Steam and some other stuff that it doesn't necessarily work great with the Nix environments. We have a lot of options, and the idea is this is the most stable distribution you could possibly put Linux on, and the foundation level of it, Rocky Linux, just will never break. So that's just it. Also on the stream, I was experimenting with some new settings that did not go very well. I was trying to do ProRes recording with some different codecs, and that's kind of what's up with that. So man, I loved it. So yeah, today's stream though is fixing Polybar. I'd say this up here is just awful. It's used by a lot of ricers, and it's used by a lot of people in the Linux realm to do, but when we look at what it actually is doing, it actually doesn't, it's not showing here. Let's just quit this out. Let's do a sudo htop just to pull in every single process, and for some odd reason, it just pulls in just a ton of CPU usage on Polybar, and we have to fix Polybar. Like, I'm just going to delete Polybar, to be honest with you. It's just not a very good program. It's not well coded, and or at least my INI is just using just a ridiculous amount of resources. And the idea with this system is to have, one, be very stable, two, have as much resources available without using much processing power or memory, as you see here, where you got like roughly 1.5 gigs of memory being used, but we do have Brave open over here too, so probably around the 600-700 meg mark. So that's what we got. How do we fix the OO bar? I don't know. This is not OO, this is Polybar, so we'll get that going. Yeah, the Rocky Linux just use RHEL 9. RHEL 9 drivers will get you there. We're using the proprietary RHEL drivers, mainly for Resolve in here. Now, I was looking at Resolve and what we could do for the H.264 codec, but there's some problems too. I don't want to crap too much on Resolve and the Linux compatibility, but we've been lied to a little bit by Linux folks. The hardcore Linux folks that say Resolve's better in Linux or anything. It's not even a parity. There's no feature parity between Resolve in Linux and Resolve in Windows. We saw that yesterday a little bit with the codecs. H.264 requires the studio version, where on Windows it does not. The free version works just fine. The other things is, I would say, like when we go to deliver a product down here, go to the delivery page. Over on YouTube, you don't have direct publish where you do have it on Windows. There's some other settings, so I would say you're kind of handicapped in Resolve on Linux comparative to what you got in Windows from this type of thing. Now, there's ways to combat that. I think getting an NVIDIA card and then also converting to Studio will still be able to take the H.264 recordings here and do stuff with them in Linux, but inevitably Windows is better for Resolve, just hands down. Everything I've done in here, there's no scenario where I would say Linux is better than Windows when it comes to Resolve or DaVinci Resolve. They obviously put way more time into the Windows counterpart. So it's kind of a bummer to just say out loud, but I don't like lying to people or hiding the facts. And that's kind of what I got. Yeah, Wayland on Rocky, you can use GNOME. KDE was rough, very rough in Rocky 9.1. We had, we had so much. We just had so much stuff going on. Yeah, I think the big thing is getting rid of Polybar. I really, really don't like Polybar. That's the big thing. Yeah, Polybar in this setting is just killing resources. We're just murdering them. And I'm like, I just hate that. Okay. Okay, so let's get some Eww going. Now, I think we were talking about Eww in the past stream. I was looking at extra barrier. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is the one I kind of settled on that I kind of wanted to do. I really liked this guy's dot files, and I think we even downloaded them. So we're going to kill Polybar, and then we're going to take this Eww bar. What do we have? For Eww bar, this is .cache, .local bin Eww. Is that where Eww even is? Locate Eww. Man, that is not at all where Eww is. Yeah. We got cache. Eww. Yeah, I feel like there should be, because that is not where Eww is located. We probably need to set something up with that. So if we look, if we go into .local bin, yeah, I don't think we're gonna have Eww here. And doing the locate Eww just didn't give us a bin file. So, thoughts. I guess we can hard code Eww, or we just don't specify the directory for Eww to launch. I mean, that's possible. I don't know. Thinking. I think most people know what GUI and CLI are, but if you don't, GUI, graphic user interface, CLI, command line interface. So you can put that in any operating system. So if you're in Windows and you pull up PowerShell, you're in a CLI interface. If you're just clicking around in control panel, you're in a GUI interface. So pretty good to distinguish between the two. Yeah, and Linux's GUI has always been a little bit lacking. It's gotten so good though. I mean, it's really, I love the ability to just like, you know what, I want to replace the bar. I want to replace my window manager. I want to replace how it renders stuff. You can do all that in Linux. It's so cool. But most OSs, it's like, I want to change my file explorer, and they're like, nope. If you're a Mac, you're using Finder, and if you're in Windows, you're using File Explorer. Now, you might be able to reassociate and open it up in a new Explorer, but the existing one is always going to be there, bloating up the system, hiding, lurking in the shadows. So that's kind of where I land on that. That's one thing I love about Linux is the granularity of it. You can change anything. There's nothing in here we can't remove and switch. Nothing. Can't say that about much. Like, you can change the init system, like how it initializes and uses your system. If you don't want to use system D, you got init D, you got, what is it, run D? I can't even remember all the other ones. I mainly used init D for the longest time before system D. Did you know you can use any window manager with the LXQT desktop environment? Yeah, for sure. I kind of like XFCE tools better than the LXQT tools. LXQT is a little bit lighter weight, so I totally get why people do it. I just like the aesthetic a little bit better of XFCE, or even GNOME for that matter. Like, I think we're using GNOME's pull kit on this install, so we got a little bit of a mishmash of using Thunar for the file manager from XFCE, our pull kits from GNOME because I kind of like its aesthetic a little better. Yeah, all those things. Man, we actually have XFCE terminal installed right now, which we probably will purge that, as I'm obviously more of a kitty user. Yeah, XFCE Riced is the GOAT. I would say if I was part of the XFCE team, the first thing I would do is throw away the entire initial design. XFCE is so much better than people give it credit for, but it doesn't get that respect because its initial configuration looks like something from the 90s. And if they would have just spent 10 minutes just redesigning that a little bit, making it cleaner, making it a little more shiny, oh man, more and more. I mean, it'd have 5 times the adoption rate that it does. But people see the stock default and they're just like, ugh, what is this? XFCE? Gross. I'm going to go to KDE. And I would say KDE is a little bit more user-friendly for ricing purposes. All right. I think what we're going to do is just... we'll just delete that. We'll just go Eww-C. Let's see what happens there. Because if you type Eww, it does have that. And I think that'll be fine. All right, we got that. Now, I want to say we can just kill that Polybar. Let's see what happens with just the stock settings. So we're going to just take this, toss it over here. So we have Eww, bar, and then all of this stuff. So let's kill pkill Polybar. So Polybar is gone. You can see that disappear at the top. And then we're going to want to launch this bar, which we can just go into, let's just go .config Eww bar. And you can see the launch bar right there. Let's see what happens when we launch it. Okay, we got some configuration to do here, but overall, what do y'all think? What's start menu look like? Oh yeah, that's right in line with the theming. We got to fix some icons over here. I mean, that works pretty darn good. I would say, I don't know if it's because of the launch side of it, but probably making this bar just a bit smaller. It's a little bit intrusive. And then kind of just changing a few things. I think for size-wise, we reduce it by probably about 20 pixels, and then take some of the padding off of the top, and the sides probably are fine. I just want to minimize it just a hair. I think that would be good, and then we'll fix some of this. So let's first open up our CSS. Grab that. So we have the Eww CSS here. And how Eww works is it's all dynamic. So you're not actually specifying, hey, you're going to be at this ratio. The other thing I wanted to check too, let's just do a sudo htop. And you can see it's not using any resources. Like Polybar was using 20% of our CPU. Eww, much more efficient. So, yeah. Like there's Eww, just slowly popped in there, but using less than 1%. Just so much more efficient. So obviously Eww is better. It's just harder to configure. It's not a start menu. I know. Being a Windows user for over 20 years, man, you gotta tell. I'm just gonna do those things. And for any Linux vets in chat, I know you guys are gonna get a little pissed, but that's okay. I don't do it on purpose most times. All right. So let's take a peek here. I'd say we have general tooltip, widgets, mimbar, volume bar. Wonder what font scheme it's using, because I kind of want to see what that is as well. Is you have these these icons, which are right here. Obviously, we're missing the icon pack, whatever it's using. So we'll track down that. It might be just using Fonts Awesome, to be honest. Oh no, JetBrains a mono nerd font. Okay. Does it have any clickability? Yeah, you can click some stuff, but we need to add probably some function to that. Yeah. Ooh is pretty much a lot of CSS. So you can make some just gorgeous designs in Ooh. Like, holy smokes. It's just amazing. So I've seen JetBrains nerd font. I've seen Ozveka. Oh man, I think I nailed that one. I'm usually bad with pronouncing it. Ozveka. Rolls right off the tongue. Ozveka. Ah. It's like dessert for your tongue. All right, anyways. Ozveka nerd font is what the music looks like it's being used. Yeah. All right. So let's look at Yuck file now. So you have the CSS for the base, and then you have the Yuck file. Ooh, yuck. Yuck. And this kind of gives you a little bit more of what it's doing. So it's using a lot from the scripts. So when you click on memory, it's saying it's looking at the memory every 2 minutes to give it a little snapshot. And every 15 seconds, it's running scripts memory. And this is kind of what it's doing. Okay, that's pretty cool. So we'll look at these scripts to see what all that is doing. We have this brightness control. Obviously, that's not really needed. Mike is using a mixer, which that's an also utility, I believe. I don't know if we have that installed. Let's check that out. Do we have a mixer? Yes, a mixer works. So that's fine. Let's see what we can do. So we need to check out the scripts anew. And I think CSS will pretty much cover everything up here from the look of it. This is what each of the widgets do, but I don't see anything huge here. So almost everything's controlled through CSS. So if we look here and we go SCSS, that's not. I wonder why that is like that. Maybe if I can just do Vim. Oh, you know what? I'm not using. So here's all the projects I've been on, but it doesn't show that this is a project. Oh, because this is reading Git files. That's why. I feel like we should start setting this all up in a project. I don't know, chat. What do you think? Do we need to? I mean, how many people are actually going to want to use this bastardized setting thing I've got going on here? There's probably something in here. So we probably should create a new repo and call it, or maybe we just use an existing repo. Yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence. All right. Let's just use, let's see where we end up. We can always add it into its own repo later on. Okay, here we got more nerd fonts too. Daddy Time Mono nerd font. I wonder if we could change some of these settings. Let's see what we have. Nerd fonts. So there's the font Awesome that feeds into this. Material Design has a ton of icons as well. I kind of want to make this simplistic. One thing I hate about most Linux RICEs, like what we're looking at, is they grab fonts from all these different font families, and it's just, ungodly aggravating to track down all of them. Like, what is this? What is this? Daddy Time Mono. Is this even in Nerd Font? Daddy Time Mono? Oh, yeah, it's there. Weird. All right, so let's grab Daddy Time Mono. And we had JetBrains too. Let's grab it. I know that's in here. JetBrains Nerd Font. Where are you at? Yeah, there's that one. And then I think there's one more that we were missing. I know that font name. There was one more font that we were missing. That's what's causing this up here. Let's just grab that as well. So JetBrains, which JetBrains is used a lot. Oh, Ozveka. Let's grab some Ozveka. Izveka. I don't know. I don't know how to say it, but I just like trying to say it. Let's grab that as well. Ooh, I like the term nerd font. Look at that. We could also do Cascadia Cove. I know a lot of people love that for readability on the terminal. I know. AJ, I'm trying to do better on it, man. Try to do better. I think a lot of this is just kind of throwing stuff at the wall, seeing what I like. And then eventually I'm going to put this into like its own repo, make a script for folks, make it a lot easier. But right now we're just throwing stuff at the wall to see kind of what we like and just making the best thing we can. Making the ultimate operating system that is just amazing. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing here. Let's just put this on number 4. And what we're going to do with that, we have all this stuff here. Let's just move all the DaVinci stuff into like its own like folder. Let's just take it and actually let's just make a directory. And let's just put that back one. We'll put it DaVinci crap. And then let's move DaVinci star into DaVinci crap. All right, clear out some of this. Remove, I don't know what FD is. Helvetica. Ugh. Enter. Linux installation instructions, AMD GPU, com star. Let's get rid of our dot files. Let's grab that. Well, I don't know. We don't need the enter directory either. Red Hat. Nope. Steam latest. Oh, that's right. We were trying to install Steam the other way. That was also really bad. Let's get rid of that. And then, yeah, that should be fine. All right. So we got our deal. Fedora server DVDs in there too. And then probably remove Titus Pi, as we're not going to be using that. All right, great. So now we have our zip files. I think we can just do unzip star.zip. And we're going to toss these guys into our .fonts folder. Something like that. Oops. Unzip. Oh, I messed up the syntax, didn't I? Okay, unzip, blah, 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 path. Oh, okay, to -d. Okay, so mess that up. So this should be -d. Oh, maybe it doesn't do something like that. No. Maybe -j specific. Why am I having problems extracting? I feel like this should be pretty darn easy. That should work, right? Yeah, that's a good way to put a lot of these streams. Is it's mainly just showing the pain of kind of curating your own deal and then seeing if it works. Because a lot of people don't realize when you're doing a lot of this stuff, there's a lot of stuff that just ends on the cutting room floor. Like a lot of this stuff we do, it's just learning and then going, well, that kind of works or that doesn't work. But whenever I upload these streams, they're a lot more raw. And like on Titus Tech Talk, the secondary YouTube channel, I get a lot of hate comments and go, oh, you're such an idiot. You just need to do this. And I'm like, yeah, I know. But I didn't know it at the time. If you watch the stream a little bit, you can see I figured it out. But I kind of like leaving those imperfections in, so those coming over want to like watch the streams for either entertainment value, see me do something stupid, or kind of see the process. Like a lot of times in Linux, a lot of people will be like, oh, well, that's simple. God, don't you just know this? There's a lot of that attitude. And nobody knows it all. Like, and Linux is so infinitely, there's so many different ways of doing everything that no way is the correct way. There's so many ways to do certain things, and that's what I try to show, really. I don't know why that attitude exists. Maybe it's like the elitism of it, but I find, you know, Linux users are just as dumb as a Windows user in a lot of respects. It's just, you know, different ways of doing things is what you know, and you do have that elitist personality you kind of have to deal with, but it's fine. You know, it's like you run into that in Windows too. I can't tell you how many Windows videos I've made and people just leave asinine comments, and I'm like, oh, that's just brutal. So anyways, yeah, I don't know why this is just weird. Let's just try to uninstall it like that. Oh, well, let's get the right one. Okay, that's just strange. Usually you can do a wildcard on the unzip. Maybe not. But, oh well. All right. So there was Ozoveka, and then I think we had JetBrains too. Nope. And that should be everything, and then we can just do a FC cache, and then do like a VF to reload all those. So now we should have a proper thing. So if we do like a pkill, ooh, kill that, come back into our deal over here, and then if we relaunch the bar with just launch bar, we should have something. Did I mess up something? I must have deleted something. Cannot open, no such file or directory, no files remain. What? Oh, there it goes. I do need to fix that yuck file. It didn't fix our icons over here. Huh. I felt like we got the fonts. That's odd. Oh well. Let's just double check to make sure that put it in the right folder. But it should be there. We got our Cascodia, we got Daddy Time, JetBrains, Ozveka. Yeah, Ozveka, JetBrains. Yeah, they're there. So I don't know. Maybe it's another font that this guy's using. Maybe it's like an image or something. Oh well. Let's go back into our CSS. All right, we got border radius of 16. That seems pretty aggressive. I think what we're going to do is just, let's do substitute. And then we're just going to go 16px. And we're going to substitute that for 6px just to see what happens. Okay, I like it. It's just get a little hint of it. Not quite so beveled. What do you guys think in chat? Not bad? Then let's go 12 for the border radius on speaker. Let's push that down to like a 2. I know this is kind of excessive, but kind of want to just chop everything almost in half or even more than half. You can see when we're making these changes in Eww, it's always live. So as we make the changes, you can see it just happen in real life as soon as the file's saved, which is pretty cool. Let's do a substitute of 10px, and we're going to make this 5px. Something like this. Kind of condense and push this together. And then margin of 20px, we're going to do the same thing, except this time we're going to make this 10px. Well, let's make it 9px. All right. You can see us kind of pushing things together, making it a little more minimal. Font size 18. I think we're going to start to change some of those fonts. Huh, that's it. This is not a very big. It's actually a pretty small file. All right. Min height 70px. I think we changed that. I don't think there's that many of it, but let's go 70px, and we're gonna change that 75px. Oh, whoa. 70px. Let's change that to a 35px. And then, obviously, that's going to squish things a bit. And we're going to change the 75 to a 40px. Kind of just pushing everything in. Font size 26px. Let's reduce it now. 26 to a 16, I imagine. I mean, I kind of like it being 26 to a 20, I feel. Let's not go too crazy because the font size. So we'll grab 26 and put that to 20px. Oh, where'd you go? Oh, there it is. I was like, ah. I must have. I think I fat fingered that one. I don't know why the glyphs aren't. That's a good one. We'll probably do a reboot here just to make sure those fonts loaded correctly. I did an FC cache force reset or force reload. Usually that fixes it, but not quite yet. So that's okay, though. We'll take a peek at that a little bit more. It's probably these image icons. We're going to look at that. We've already done minimum height, minimum width. We've kind of pushed that down a bit. I'm going to see if there's anything bit. Border radius 26 or 24px. That seems too much. So probably... No, I mean, I kind of like it. I just feel like the images themselves need to be reduced at this point. Because I'm looking at them. Maybe the time might be interfering. You see how the time's kind of big in the upper right? Let's take a look at time. So here's the clock time. It's font size 16. Here's a font size of 23. Obviously, this should be probably match the 16, right? Yeah. So the font size, oh, I don't like that actually. Let's get that at 20 and 20. So that fix it a little bit. That separation's just too much. What about 0, 0? Kind of want to push that together a little bit. I don't know why that looks so crazy. 3, 0. That separation's kind of bugging me. Does that expand? No, it doesn't expand at all. Minute class, 3. All right, we're pushing that together. I feel like this should all be 0, though. Oh, actually, let's put 5 on the end. No, that should be 0. Was this? Oh, no. Yeah, let's put 10 on the end of this, actually. I kind of like that. I think that's going to be good once we reduce the images. So next up, probably the music, it looks like, might be pushing this up. So we have a minimum height of 100. Ouch. Let's do 50 for that. I don't think that seems kind of wild. Yeah, there are images. We have those. Let's check the images directory. Right now, I'm just kind of tweaking the font sizes and how it's blowing things up. But we were about to jump into images, and that will reduce the size of the bar. Remember, Eww is dynamic. It's not like Polybar where you say, "Hey, we're gonna do it this way." Let's take that down to a 22. And font size 48. Jeez. Let's go 32 for that one. I like that. 32, 32, button play, button previous. Not gonna really mess with too much there. 13 pixels for this one. Okay. That's interesting. That's okay. So this is probably good. Speaker text. I don't see anything that's going to be pushing the thing. So now when we change our images, everything's kind of nice and compact. We just got to redo our images. So we'll do that. Let's take a listing. Let's go into our images. And now we have all of these guys. Probably the big thing here is like profile. Do we have GIMP? We do not. No. Oops. What level of GIMP? We're probably like GIMP version. What is it? 2.99. All right, nice. That's actually pretty recent. Yeah, Rel 9 is actually a lot more up to date than I envisioned. So let's go GIMP. Probably the first thing is music or profile. I wonder what profile is. Oh, that's cool. This is just a profile picture, so nothing there. Let's go Mike. Oh, not Vim. GIMP. Mike. Mike icon is not even close to being there. It's kind of a weird dimensions too. That's a pretty large dimension. It's a 500 pixel dimension. So, all right. What? That's kind of weird. I need to look at my workspaces on our BSPWM as well. Yeah, I don't know why it's not scaling. It's got to be some image in here. Let's look at speaker. I don't think this is it, though. I thought it was going to be an image that caused this to happen. But you can see the images here, 500-600 pixels in size. So obviously they're getting scaled. So why? Why indeed? So this is not where that's going to be. Let's look at the launch bar script. What's this look like? Okay. So obviously we need to fix this anyways. Let's go xrandar. HDMI A01. That's fine. So HDMI A. Oh, what is that? A0. Yeah. HDMI A-0. That's fine. Top padding should be just like 9. And this is going to shift that bar up. That should at least fix some of this. Let's kill Eww again. Now it should shift it up a bit. Errors. Okay. That still didn't do much. Huh. Hmm. Huh. Ooh. Wonder if we can see like a... We could do... Thinking like a tail or something. So we get like a live... Let's look at a cache listing. It looks like... Oh, let's just remove Eww star. Okay. Let's just trash all that. Let's p-kill Eww. Oh. Okay, you guys see what happened there with the launch bar? It shifted our window up when we did that. My bad. So actually, we could bring that down like another 10 pixels and that would actually fix everything. We still are wasting too much real estate at the top, in my opinion, though. So this should shift our window down. Yeah. Not bad. What do y'all think? Looking at it, I'm like, I like it, but I don't love it. I could add a little more bevel, margins, square it up, center it, but man, that's just... There's a lot of wasted real estate, and I'm only on a 1080p screen. And, I mean, if you're on like a 1440, though, like most people probably these days, you're probably like, oh, this is too small. So, I mean, it just depends on the person and their setup. I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence. Waybar looked much better. Yeah, Waybar wastes so many resources. We ain't going back to Waybar or Polybar. I don't think they're very good projects, to be honest with you. But they're easy to use, so that's why they have so much popularity. They're way easier to configure. All right. Let's just keep going. We're close. I think we'll do Eww YUCK. What do we have for icons? Let's look at the icon specifications. Because I want to just know what those are. Yeah, it is definitely a do-it-yourself. But, I just don't know. So we have that. We have the network manager declip. All right. Wi-Fi, widget, workspaces, battery icon, memory. I want to say this is the memory right here. Pop. Scripts pop system. Uh-huh. Clock module. It's kind of neat. I like the clock module. As far as the volume, volbar, nope. Brightness and battery obviously are not really used in this system because it's a desktop, but I'm gonna leave it just because if we do end up publishing it, people are gonna want that because they're gonna install it on their laptop. What am I using to program Rocky Linux? Vim, man. Vim's all you need. Vim, the tool of the gods. uh, yeah. I wonder if we replace that with 40. Oh, did that change it? Uh, no, that really didn't do anything. All right, we'll leave that at 60. Let's look for other height. So almost all these are... System height 120. It just seems really aggressive. Huh. Height 104. 428 top center anchor. It's a pop window, so that's not anything I care about. Height. We got 30 pixels for the bar itself. Width 98%. I wonder why this is 98. I feel like this should be 100. Oh, no. Ooh, I kind of like that actually. Huh. Okay. And height. It's 30 pixels, it says, but we do like 50. Oh, yeah. 40, 30, and you can't really go past 40. 40 is its max. Maybe 44. Just give it a little bit of a center. It's always these little things that you can sit here and waste countless hours on. What about NeoVim? Yeah, that's actually what we're using is NeoVim. NeoVim's more Lua based, although you can use the Vim language. Like Vim has its own language in regular Vim, where NeoVim's like, hey, let's standardize this and make it more universal. I like NeoVim better, and a lot of the development seems to be in NeoVim, so that's why I use NeoVim. If everyone still used Vim, I probably would use Vim, but it seems like most of the space's brightest minds are moving to NeoVim, so I'm just looking at those and okay, well, if they're using NeoVim, it's good enough for them. I'll use it. And there was a couple plugins I really wanted that were like NeoVim only. So now we just got to fix our font icons. I kind of want to just reboot real fast. just to see. Just to see what we get. So let's close these out. Let's give it a reboot. And I don't think we'll have any problems. Yeah. I aliased Vim to NeoVim or InVim. Because who wants to type 4 characters when you can type 3? I mean, enter the VI has entered chat. Ugh, nano. Ugh, gross. Out. I used nano for a long time, so I say that with love. Alrighty. So pkill polybar. And then let's go into config Eww cd bar launch bar. And if we look at the, let's just push this over here. I kind of want to look at the cache, and let's just tail Eww underscore. When was this done? 10:02. Huh. Probably do. We'll do a follow, I imagine. Let's go tail lines count. Let's do 20 lines, and then let's no sleep. We're gonna do a follow, and then we'll do Eww. All right, and then when we relaunch Eww, it's not writing to anything. What's the log file going to? Log file is going to A47. All right. Let's redo this tail. Eww. So when we go over here, home, Titus, bin, Eww, no such directory. So I got like a tail going on over here, just kind of spitting out what Eww is doing. So we need to find this. It's trying to specify Eww in a category that doesn't even exist. So you can see that whatever that's doing, that's that one. What's this one? Oh man, I think we're gonna have to specify the Nix Eww bin file. That's gonna be bummer. So a cleaner way of doing this. Maybe we can symlink Nix stuff to a bin in local. Nah, I don't like that. Yeah. Home Titus bin, Eww. But you know what? We could probably do it. Let's symlink it. I'm looking at it. I'm like, so we got .local bin, and if we look, there is no Eww, but we could symlink the Eww bin file to here. So if we go locate Eww, we have these stores right here. And let's just run that. Perfect. So that's where it's at. I guess we'll do a symbolic link. Let's do. I always mix these up. When I do, okay, create a symbolic link to a file or directory. We create the symlink and the target at the end, and then the actual source is start. So source target. In Windows, it's flipped. So I'm always switching between Windows and Linux, and this is like when it comes to symlinks, Windows does it backwards, so it puts the target first and then the source, and in Linux it's the source and then the target. It's just weird. I obviously prefer the Linux way because it makes more sense, but needless to say. All right, and what we're gonna do is back that out, and then we're gonna put it in this directory. PWD, I think, should grab that and then put it as Eww. And then for the source, we'll make sure it's bin. And if we go sudo, does that give us our symlink? Whoa, I don't think. Oh no, I think no, I fail. Oopsies, I forgot the parentheses. So where to create that symlink is what I wonder. Did it create the symlink? Okay. So then we have that. And what happens if we hit it now? See? Now it's doing it. Okay, cool. So it changes the Eww bar on the fly. It's kind of cool. I like it. All right, now. How do you go up? Oh, that went all the way down. Okay. Oh, okay. So it's just like a drag. You can drag it holding shift. Interesting. And then we got Mike over here. The bar is all kinds of wacky. I think I might have screwed something up when I was messing with that. So we might need to look at Eww YUCK. So let's take a look at, I think that's a mixer. All right, let's fix that. I think it's Eww YUCK is where we're specifying that. Maybe it's Eww. Oh wait, we're not in the configuration. So let's vim eww.scs. All right, speaker. Let's see if we can't fix this speaker gauge. I'd like this to be bigger. So we're looking for P volume. P volume. Nope. All right. Let's just come back to here. Let's go to Yuck. P volume. Or A mixer. Okay, so there's a volume percent. Volume. So percent orientation, max 100, minimum 0. Where is our height and width of this? I don't really, I guess the command list I just learned over the years. Kind of had a little bit of a leg up when I switched to desktop Linux just because I knew server so well. Or knew enough about server that I can just sit in terminal and fix everything. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to Linux, terminal is the god, is the king. Because inevitably these GUIs just don't have nearly the quality control as your commercial products, because there's just a couple people really working on them. But all right, how in the world am I going to do this? The vol bar orientation height, it's got to be in the CSS, right? Vol bar. Those are the only mentions of vol. So the volume icon's right there, but the vol bar should be substantially more than that. Why is it like that? Something I did. Sure of it. Yeah, I'm sure one of my mass substitutions totally did that. 100%. It kind of did what I wanted it to do, but other than the speaker and the microphone getting kind of worked over here, I bet you it's a percentage that was changed, and that just kind of got me min width. All right, undo that. But which substitution? That is the question. Oh, okay. I think maybe he's Korean. It's the play button and stuff. I probably need to substitute some of these fonts out. I do want to check DNF search awesome. Do we have like a font awesome? There is. I kind of want to just toss this and this. I always grab font awesome. You would be shocked at how many people use it as some kind of dependency. It might be what's going on up there too. So the speaker icon image is right here. Audio box. That's just the icon I'm messing with, which is fine. Okay, speaker bar. Here it is. It's got to be this right here. Let's just go 4. No. 44. Border. No. Go 24. But linear gradient to the right. What happens if we go 6? Nope. Or 9? No. Do that. Kind of like the look of that a little better. No. Okay. Interesting. Nope. Oh no. God bless. Speaker bar. Oh, there we go. Speaker. All right, fine. Then we got the mic bar probably down here as well. That we probably need to scale that up. Mic bar scale through. Let's go 99 for it. So now, much better. Okay. Now we got to fix the box width. Old for me, Marie. Old for me. Hey, Sparky, how's it going? Sparky, when have you known me to make backups? Come on. You know me by now. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I was like, man, you must just be waking up. All right, let's see what we can do for this box scale though. So I would like this to be a little bit, this box scale is just too big. We got the bars kind of separated out. And now we just need to make the audio box be a little bit cleaner. Oh, okay. I like the border radius. That's kind of neat. What about width? The min width colon 50? Oh, it did not like that setting. Let's just undo that. I haven't learned my lesson yet. A lot of it's just yeah, some of it's just I want to learn it. Not necessarily I get the if I get the perfect setup, I'll be all about it. The one thing I don't understand on this is I feel like this is just wrong. Like, why is it like this? Like, I just don't understand why that bar is so far over. This is just the background image to the right, linear gradient to the right, but I just don't know why it's taking up all of that. So the bar is just this. And these components are inside of the audio box. So maybe there's a parent that it's grabbing that width from. Or maybe we just center it. We could always just throw the margins over and then put it to the side maybe. Like, I think this is like a left margin. So if we do like 30. Oh, nope, that's a height margin. Okay. So that's the top, and if this is, that's the side. So we go -4, can that bring it over? Let's make it like 40, something really excessive. What? What? Hmm. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is SCSS. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, that's the, so that's that. But if we add like 50 over here, what does that give me? Okay, that goes that direction. Undo. Oh, it just like pushes it over. Huh. Unknown attribute space evenly. Hmm. Yeah, not necessarily height variable. I'm looking for like the right margin or way to just space this out so it doesn't look off center like it does right now. So I'm kind of like, and I want to say like this right here, I think is the right variable. So like if we do negative, yeah, you can't do a negative on the margin. And then, I mean, can you? Maybe do like a -10. What does that even look like? No, that's the same. Hmm. We just take this margin variable, put it in this right here. What does that give me? Does that give me anything? Does that make it cleaner? It seems like that kind of cleaned it up a little bit, maybe. Nah, that's just placebo effect. Oh, no. That's the bar. It's audio box, maybe. No. So what I'm trying to achieve here is, see how this box extends over to the right? I kind of want to just kill the dead space here. Just make it whole. I would like it just to be centered underneath this, so when you click on it, it's just boom. There you go. But I'm not seeing it. And I kind of want to just kill this brightness. Oh, screw it. We're gonna change some stuff. Brightness, bright. Bright bar. Let's kill some of this. Boop. You know, I could probably, instead of changing all these though, now that I'm thinking about it, I think I can just go into the yuck command and then do most of my config there. Let's minimize this in the yuck command, and I think we can just comment out some of the stuff we don't not going to use. So like brightness, I think we can just do 2 semicolons, comment it out, 2 semicolons, comment this out, and oops, there's that. So battery, that, and that should make that stuff disappear on save. So what does that do? Nothing. So Eww does have live reload, but it does seem a little limited, right? This one says, oh, battery used there. Okay, let's take a peek at that. Maybe I just did it wrong. Ah. So here's our battery workspace. I think we'll just wipe that out. Brightness. Now let's do launch bar. That should work. Failed to launch. No window named bar exists in config. Say what? Did I accidentally like delete everything? I mean, I wouldn't put it past me. But I didn't really change anything. Yeah. We've tried speaker icons automatically exchange. Those icons are actually 500 pixels, so they are scaling properly. Launch. Launch. P kill Eww, maybe? Let's just kill that. Maybe there's like an old process setup. No, not grabbing that. Not using units in theme parsing error, assuming pixel. Anything else in this log file? Okay, we initialize it. It's not seeing that, so just assuming pixel, but those are just warnings. And then we run into an error, closing all windows. And then over here, you can see the log, no variable named in battery, Eww YUCK line 175. Battery, okay. Oh, okay. My bad. So this is battery. Okay. Let's see. This is all battery, battery, battery. I feel like this is bad box, box, box. So Should be something like this. It's definitely hard to work with Eww, I will say that. All right, bright, no, same thing. So there's a bright in there as well. Bright. Okay. And bat. Okay. I'm definitely learning some stuff as we go along with this Eww and how it's doing it. It's hard to follow. So that's why people use Polybar and all the other ones, just because it's way more user friendly. So we have that set up. And let's also fix the icons, because this should be speaker. And it's not right now. Let's take a peek at what we're specifying and fill in that. So volume icon right here. I think what we'll do is do font awesome, and we'll just copy it. Or actually, let's just go to emoji. Getomoji.com. Let's just call volume. And probably for that, I think we'll just go speaker. So you can see which one it's grabbing depending on what font you have installed. I imagine it'll grab the Noto color emoji here, but let's just grab it. It's on every single system. This one, so let's grab here, replace, paste. Oops. Paste. So then it fixes that. You click on the volume, you get it. I'm not like a huge fan of that, but it's very universal at least. All right, now what other ones we have? Clock module looks fine. We're missing any other ones. Oh, what's next to volume? Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi. What do we have for Wi-Fi? Not that I need it, but it looks like it's calling the wireless LAN script to grab that Wi-Fi widget. Really? WLAN icon. All right, let's look at that script. It looks like they embedded the Wi-Fi icon into it, which is odd. I don't think I've ever seen that before. But yeah, there it is. Oh, they did a script for Wi-Fi so you could change the icon depending whether it's connected or not connected. And then put like the SSID according to that. That's slick. That's smart. Let's just go Wi-Fi. Wireless. All right, we'll have this for Wi-Fi. If it's not connected, paste. Get that. And if it is connected, you'll use like, this is just terrible, but let's just copy that. It's not even the right icon, damn it. Okay. Oh, no. Network. Just give me a network. Networking icon. Net. No. Ethernet. Something. Oh, God bless. All right, this is just terrible. Font's awesome. Cheat sheet. Let's just grab Font's awesome. They're way better than the crap I'm trying to do right now. Oh, flat icon, free icons. Yeah. I like this one right here, the Font Awesome V5 cheat sheet, because almost all these are in every distro's Font Awesome package. So it's really easy to get and pretty searchable. Do we have Wi-Fi in here? Wi-Fi? Yeah. So you have Wi-Fi over here, and we should be able to copy it. So I think, let's see. So with Wi-Fi like that, that's fine. Font Awesome. And if it's disconnected, we could probably just go disconnect, right? Bet that's one. Network. I mean, that's not exactly what I wanted to do, but you get the point. So it's trying to run Network Manager D menu when you click on it. No, this is, oh man, this is old school. This is all BSPWM on X11. So not Hyperland at all. This is just really old distro. I don't know why I'm doing this exactly. I guess because I want it to be very, very stable. But we're just using Rocky Linux, which is a RHEL-based distro that's relatively old. You can see the kernel we're using is 5.14, based on RHEL 9. And I wanted to see how pretty we can make a really old Linux distro that doesn't have any packages available that we could reproduce on anything. So like whether it's Ubuntu, whether it's RHEL, which is like usually at least 2 years old. These packages are probably only a year old though, not very old. But the whole purpose of doing something old is you're not worried about updates. Updates are not going to break things, in theory. Yeah, this is so simple. I never thought of it doing it like this. Yeah, and that's the beauty of it. Is you could do this on anything. If you can do this on Rocky Linux, dude, you're gonna have a way easier time on any other distro. Like any other distro out there, it's gonna be an easier time for you. Let's go speaker. Volume maybe. Volume off. Volume up. Volume down. I kind of want to just grab the volume down one. And we got to switch all these, all those as well. Was it Yuck? I think it was. Volume. Yeah, there it is. Let's just get that a little more uniform, not so nasty. Huh. Now let's take a look at those scripts. Let's look at workspaces. Can we do a better job on workspaces? I feel like I'm not a huge fan of these workspaces. I feel like we need to theme these out just a bit more. I kind of like icons for workspaces, or maybe even numbers. Or do you guys like the highlights of the circled dots here. What y'all feeling on this one? Because I'm looking at it, I'm like, it's nice, but I don't know. I just don't know. It depends on what you're doing there, Block. If you're in a window manager, it's just changing it in a little INI file or a YUCK file like I'm doing. And Polybar is way easier. Polybar does it in like little modules, kind of like i3 type configurations. So you can change all of it. Highlighted numbers. I kind of like the highlighted numbers too, Scott. I'm not feeling... I failed geometry, so I'm definitely more of a numbers guy. Highlighted numbers seems like the way to go, I feel like. So we have this. So we have that. And then it just changes it to a highlight when it's there. So if you do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I don't think that is that not going to launch. I don't think that's going to quite work for us. Maybe. I got an idea. What do we have for workspace numbers? Is there anything in Font Awesome that's decent? Maybe not. So you got regular and solid. Oh, no, this is raw hardware. The whole purpose of doing it in Rel 9 was stability and using old DaVinci Resolve, which I went on a rant about Resolve in Linux. Oh my gosh. Inevitably, though, I need to get an NVIDIA card to really switch to Resolve 100% because Resolve really hates AMD. So, probably going to look on the aftermarket for some NVIDIA cards. Eesh. I thought about getting a 4070, but they're $600. You could go with a 3070 and get those for around $350 probably on eBay on auction, or you can do it like buy it now for about $400. Or if you just do Amazon, what's Amazon give me? Like, I feel like getting 37, so 3070s about 500 it looks like. Yeah, there's a 380 for, oh, that's a 3060. So about 500 on a base. And then you go with the 4070, I think it's just a little bit more, yeah, 600. A little bit. Oh, God. But I don't know. I hate ASUS. I'm not doing that. I had a really bad experience with ASUS. So MSI wouldn't be too bad, or Gigabyte, but 600. It's a tough pill for me to swallow. I don't know. NVIDIA card mainly for the decoding and the resolve. To do GPU decoding and resolve, you pretty much have to have excuse me. You pretty much have to have NVIDIA. But I love AMD cards. Don't get me wrong. Highlighted numbers. What do we want to do? That did not work at all. Is it not even using this script? Let's take a peek. I feel like... No, it says listen to scripts workspace. And the content here, you can see scripts pop system on click. And then, Intel and Linux have always been good friends, so to speak. Yeah, except GPU. The problem is Resolve. Resolve hates Linux. I mean, they don't hate it. They created something for it, but it's not well done. Like, you need to buy the specific hardware that Resolve says you should use in Linux. Buy the Studio for 300, then buy an NVIDIA card for the GPU decoding, and then it'll work pretty well in Linux. But if you don't hit all those things and be using the right distro, you're going to just have a really bad time with Resolve in Linux. And that's kind of where it is. And that's not Linux's fault. It's just Resolve. Like, if they wanted to do it that way, they should have just flat packed it or something like that, to where it's not such a hot mess. But enough Resolve ranting. We've established what it is. Oh, good night. Come on. What do we got? What do we got? Scripts, pop music, pop calendar. Huh. Oh, okay. That's neat. Kind of like that feature. We have no network manager D menu. What do we have there? Oh, there's memory. A little bit. We got to clean that up a hair. But I don't know what's going on with this top line. Probably something else that was there. I think there was a battery brightness thing that was issue there. Probably switch out the icon for memory as well. It looks like our date is now showing correctly as well. So 4/5. May the 4th be with you. That's European too. Might change that, flip it around. Just be like, or maybe spell it out like May 5th. I think we can do a better job with the syntax. I think maybe just a full spell out. So when you come over here, it would do that. That'd be neat. I like Pop OS. I like System 76 does a good job, and I like how they think outside the box. I may not use them very much, but they do a good job of thinking outside the box and coming up with some really neat things. I really loved how they did like their toggling tile, like it's like a noob's tiling window manager that they added to GNOME. I loved that. I thought that was so cool. Now, I'm not going to use it, but I know a lot of people that would use it, and I was like, very innovative, not just a copy paste like many others do. You gonna post where you got that yuck file at? This yuck file, I think I already did, but let's see. It should be this right here. Let me put it in chat for you guys. Dot files for the yuck. Oh, I need to send it in. 1 second. Did that not? All right. 1 second. What? I gotta fix my. Oh, poop. All right, we're having problems with Brave and some of the default MIMETypes in Linux because I haven't done any of that yet. Is MIMETypes here? Locate MIMEType. Hmm. Oh my god. What the hell? Dying. Dying. Oh my god. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. Oh. Oh. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. This is not the way to do it. MIMEType. MIMEType. Let's just find it here. I made a little alias for find. Let's see if it finds anything in our current directory. Usually there's something in .config, right? Maybe it's XDG. There's my... Oh, mine apps list. My bad. Okay. Browser. Brave browser. Brave browser. Okay, that's not found. So maybe Brave desktop? Braver. Is there anything else? Browser. Let's just delete that. Next. Let's just DT bop. All right. Next. Next. Okay, this is just getting out of hand. Let's just do a full substitute here. Brave-browser. That should just be brave.desktop, I imagine. And global replace. All right. We have fixed that. And then how do I reload my MIME apps list? Don't even know. Don't even know. Oh, is it etc MIMETypes? Okay. Oh, I see. Reload. Update desktop database command. Is that a thing? Update. I don't think that's a thing. Oh. The databases in Flatpak applications, user share applications could not be updated. Huh. What if you do sudo? Well, it didn't have a problem with that. What about update MIME database? I've never seen these commands. This is all new. Oh. Okay, MIMETypes is system level, where the MIME apps is a desktop thing. Interesting. So, like, if you have a whole bunch of desktop files and you're like have a start menu like this, you'd probably want. I need to change the opacity. That looks like awful garbage. And you wanted to add something to it, like let's say you installed a program that wasn't showing, you probably use the sudo update desktop database and it would grab any .desktop files. However, for association, like you're talking, Sparky, we'd do vim etc mime types. Okay. So then if you go brave, that's actually not here at all. Shit. No. No, you're not associating programs with these types. So that's not what I need. Where would we associate it? Would it be MIMETypes? Yeah, that's just extensions. We just need to reassociate the default browsers. And I believe that's, maybe it's not MIMETypes. Maybe that's XDG in there, right? Yeah, XDG desktop portal. That sounds right to me, Wim. I don't recommend search for Linux admins. You either know it or you don't when it comes to Linux. I've never seen an application that required one. Unless you're like, you're trying to get your foot in the door at like a, probably like a public school or something like that, they might require something like a Linux admin cert. But I wouldn't waste much money on it. I would just go do it and say, I know this. It's way more powerful in a job interview. Let's see. XDG desktop icon, desktop menu. Let's do query. Let's try help. XDG. Let's do a TLDR. I don't think that it'll show anything, but you never know. Okay. So display the default applications for opening PNGs. Display the default app for opening a specific file. Or what's the best way to change default browser in Linux? Change default browser, XDG, Linux. Let's see what happens. So this one says he's trying to do it through mimapps.list like I was. We could look at the browser. I don't think that echo browser. I don't think that's going to give me anything. Is there a global browser? Probably not. Yeah. No, I didn't think so. Oh no. I was doing that wrong anyways. What about that? That looks interesting. Oh, okay. So could we just do this and then just type brave.desktop? Um, it doesn't update. What? Huh. Just seeing if it was a different command for that. Just not updating. Okay. I could not find brave.desktop. Does it exist? I don't know. Let's just locate brave.desktop. Let's see if it exists. Yeah, it's there. It's under the helpers brave.desktop. So if you run that, I don't know if you can run it direct, but let's just cat it. What do we got? What's the X command? Okay, that's weird. Like if you look at this, you cat this file. What the hell? Oh, I'm gonna have to go get a lozenge or something. It's gonna kill everybody and their speakers. Yeah, I think you need the desktop file in applications, but this doesn't even execute anywhere. So that's not helpful. What about just using Brave as the binary and just do Brave instead of brave.desktop? Okay. Let's just make the desktop file for it, right? Was it local share applications? So this is what we have here. This is we're gonna remove here, let me take it over here. We're gonna remove Steam Desktop. That's weird. What's in this one? Nothing. I don't even know why that exists. Let's copy. Let's see. Let's just copy that here. This is, what is that? 755 chmod 755 Brave. Yeah, it should match that. Let's take a look at Brave again. And then I want to put like an execute on here. And it should just be Brave. Right? Something like that should give me the parameter. Although you probably want to do the full path name. If we do locate Brave, the full bin file would be in... Hey, I didn't know Papyrus had the Brave icon. It has the whole SVG. That's cool. But the actual bin Brave files right here. Dang, man, this is so wacky. But that's okay. Once it's set up, it's set up. Going deep. Going deep on this one. We got that. And then when we type it now we should have it here, but we don't. I think we can do the sudo update desktop database now. And then when we go Brave, maybe not. Huh. The only way I know how to update that is to log out, log back in. Exec with a capital E? I don't think that should matter. Because if I think, let's look at these. Oh, yeah, yeah. It is with a capital E. What's Path of Exile look like? Yeah, okay. It's not a bad idea. Alrighty. So if we look at this, let's just do a reboot, I suppose. Yeah, we'll try the set web browser to Brave, and then See what that looks like for our default apps. What's going on here? Yeah. I should have closed my apps. There is a script you can run to kind of like p-kill everything. And you can also set your systemd timeouts on the sessions. I might actually do that just because I always end up leaving something open and then you have to wait for the minute and a half for Linux to shut down. Happens in every distro. I don't know why this is the default setting. Like, obviously it's not going to terminate. Just terminate. So yeah, let's fix the stop jobs just because everyone in chat is doing this. It's just, it bugs the hell out of me to have these stop jobs. Yeah, you can edit anything in Linux. There's nothing off limits. Everything can be edited. Yeah, this is like an asinine systemd setting. So let's just fix this. I've actually made a post. I think it was a community post a long time ago on YouTube about systemd. And it was really good on the start times. And I just don't even remember what it was. I should have created an article specifically talking about it. Ooh, I like that one, aim. 15-second for the default start jobs. I like it. Let's do it. Let's just go. Oops. Chatterino. I'm going to steal that from you. We're just going to go sed. Default stop jobs. Boom. Launch into here. Sudo. Shoot. Paste. Oh, did it not copy? Copy selection. I don't always copy from chat and then just blindly paste into my thing to change my system.conf file, but when I do, it's on stream. That's a good meme. I guess we should like cat or look at the actual system file just to make sure. System.conf. Oh, no. That command does not exist? What? Oh. My bad. It did look good, though. Let's just check. You can see... Look at this. Look at this. Bam. So towards the end, you can see the default timeout stop second to 15 seconds, which is pretty solid. Is there anything else in here? Nah, that should be good. So 15 seconds instead of 1 minute 30 or whatever it is. That's just crazy. Yeah, chat would never post bad commands to me, obviously. Y'all are brilliant. I have not tried Void Linux, although I think it uses initd instead of systemd. So shout out to Void Linux for not bucking the trend. So there is that. All right, Polybar. And then we're going to go and launch into config. Ew. And then I think bar and then launch bar. Then launch bar should pop up, right? Ew logs. It keeps doing this, and then when you launch it again, it launches. I wonder why. Any idea on that one, chat? Why would it do that? Oh, okay. Okay, Sparky. Well, let's take a look on our apps. Brave should be in here now. Brave's still not there. Brave? I wonder what's up with that. Local share applications. Brave's there, brave.desktop. Is the permissions wrong or something? No? Desktop entry version 1. All right. Why doesn't this launch from within my directory I'm in? What? So silly. I gotta fix my Vim. I just gotta fix it. Oh, so annoying. All right. Let's just Vim Black Magic resolve. All right. What do we got? What are we missing? We have this type XFC help. Oh, duh. Application. Brave? I don't know. Comment doesn't matter. Path doesn't matter. Terminal false. Don't need any of this. Startup notify true. Name Brave. MIMEType. Probably don't need to specify MIMEType. I think that should be good. And then if we do sudo desktop. Oh, I think it was sudo update desktop. Then when we go here, we go Brave. Aha! And then it launches Brave. Got it. Set as default. Cool. Nice. You still need to run the xdg settings command. Yeah. So let's do xdg settings, get default web browser. You can see it's that. So if we go xdg settings, set default web browser, and then we set it to brave.desktop, like that. I mean, that really should not hang, right? Stable. So stable. I don't know why that took so long. Okay, that does say Brave now. So let's echo christitus.com. Can I? Oh, let's echo https christitus.com. Can I click on that? Okay. Hey, it works. Yay. All right, cool. So now I have a default web browser set. That's neat. It's a neat little tidbit on how to set a default XDG. I never have done that before. What is the default terminal? So we can go XDG settings, get. Oh, XDG settings, get default. What about default terminal application? Let's just ask ChatGPT. Set default terminal application using XDG. What do we got? XDG MIME, terminal application, text plain, text plain. Okay. Oh, appreciate it, Sparky. So when we're setting this up, think that should be good. Huh. Oh, but yeah. This uses XDG MIME. Let's see what we have. Oh, but it doesn't even have Kitty. LS user share applications. Oh no, Kitty's there. It's just not specified as a application. Interesting. So technically, when you're setting this, it would be query default text plain. It's weird that it would be text plain. Am I crazy thinking that's wrong? Are you sure text plain is used to open terminal? Oh, okay. It was not sure. I was like, text plain, that should be like Notepad or something. That doesn't seem right at all. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Okay. And if we could query text plain, what does that give me? Yeah. Query application. Huh. I'm just messing around with XDG right now because I'm kind of just curious of what it'll do. So anyways, what it should be is XDG MIME default. Oops, wrong hotkey. So you just grab this, that, and then application. So it should look something like this, kitty.desktop, and then it would be the application X terminal emulator. I mean, in a perfect world, that's what it would be. But I don't know. What was I doing earlier where it opened XFCE by default? Don't remember. But very interesting. Oh, we still got to set up the virtualization environment in this too. Yeah, if you second guess it, sometimes it'll come back somewhat correct. Yeah, the 3.5 is pretty bad, Gandalf. 3.5 is not great. 4.0 seems to do a better job. It just is a little slower. So I thought that was kind of interesting. It does seem to do, it's easier, quicker than Googling. So we have that going for us. Oh, yeah. That's right. I was going to paste something in chat. I think it was the dot files from long ago. I just forgot about it. All right. Accounts. Now. Okay. Now let's see. I can just click add, open browser. Oh, look at that. Yes. Do not show on stream. Don't worry. I'm not. Log into Twitch. It's thinking. Really thinking. Oh, you guys didn't even mention the stream avatars. My bad, guys. Let me pop up the stream avatars while we're sitting here. All right, copy, and paste. Okay. Test. Ah, yay. Ah, woot. There it is. I don't know if I'll stick with it, Wim. I'm going to try to, mainly just for the mainly just for the whole point of it. I'm like, ooh, that'd be cool. Let me close this window and then we can come back. All right. Oh, the background? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, you get an avatar for subscribers. That didn't show all of chat. Otherwise, it'd just be like tons of people running around at all times. I think I set it to timeout and poof the person so we don't have too many people. As I was doing a lot of the edits, I was like, oh my gosh, I need to reduce the amount of avatars on these recordings so people can see what I'm doing. So we've set XDGs. We've got everything set for the default open images. Our bar is looking better for Eww. All right, moving on. Let's see what we're going to do with our title bar some more. Probably fix up this. I kind of want to take in my music and have the music playing because I always get the question when I'm on stream, wait, what's the name of this song or where you get it from? And I could just click it and show people like the album art and stuff. That'd be kind of cool, right? Let's see what we can do with that. Let's just come into CD. Oh, let's fix our boot so we're not using Polybar anymore because we have everything where it should be. Let's go into our BSPWM. We'll do a ls of, I think it was Eww bar. Yeah. So it's .config Eww bar and then launch bar. No sh or anything. So just this bash script here. Let's vim bspwmrc. So we need to fix the bspm clean script. Oops. Let's do launch bar. And then Eww bar. And is there any other Polybar references? Nope. And then let's fix our clean. Poly. Oh. It's not even doing the relaunch of Eww. Oh, that's weird. So wouldn't you want to clean this with a, might be part of the Eww launch bar script maybe? I guess let's see. Let's just do a reload. Well, that worked great, didn't it? Shit. Reload it again. You got to do a double reload. If we reload it and then reload it again. Huh. All right, let's try clean it. I feel like we could. So, what's it do now? Nothing. Same problem. Yeah, it's something with Eww. I noticed it when we're. I don't think it's anything with this. If we look at Eww and we go into the launch bar script, it does it here too, and then it requires you to relaunch it again. And it's maybe something with the writing directory. It also could be something with Eww's launching from Nix. So it's actually not baked into the operating system. So maybe we change up that vim. And let's say we change this up. Is there a way? So it's It's grabbing this .config ubar file ew.cache xyz. Launch or close widgets accordingly. Touch file. Run ew. So what I think it's doing is it's trying to run it, and then it's not, and then it's closing it, or it's already running and says, hey, that file already exists, so I'm going to close it. So technically, I feel like this should be this, once it finishes this, it should go back to here and then run it again. So something like this would probably be the way to do it. I mean, this is pretty hacky, but you get the idea. So then when I go to run it again, like this, it should close it, relaunch. I mean, it's not perfect, but it does work. So then anytime you're launching it, or let's do just a reload with the thing, boom. Yeah, that works. Okay. I like it. That's clean. Yeah, let's check the RAM usage. Should be pretty light. About 2 gigs on the RAM. .14. Is that going up or down? .25 sudo htop. Let's just make sure we're grabbing all the processes. All right. What happens when I close it? Relaunch. Huh. It's kind of cool, right? So yeah, that's a good way of doing it. Good memory usage. We're using Chatterino, Brave, and I think we're just around 2 gigs up here. Using 6% of RAM. Yeah, about 2,000. So 2 gigs. With all this going in the background, that's not bad. Do need to fix this memory icon and get rid of this. It was like a brightness thing too. Let's clean that up a bit while we're here. It's coming together. Let's go scripts. I bet you the memory script. Oh, that's not it. Mim-add. What's that? Free. That's fine too. So if we look at the yuck file, we should have memory. Script memory, scripts. Which is fine. And when we look at the widget itself, we have that. And then it's using the script pop system on click. Pop system, it's grabbing that script. So as far as the memory box itself, I think this icon label text should be fixed. And we'll do the fonts awesome cheat sheet, fonts awesome 5 cheat sheet. Get the most, I bet you memory has its own little icon in fonts awesome. Should just do, we could do microchip. That would be cool. Now we'll use this memory. That's pretty legit. So we'll do that. Paste. That shows a compass. Ah, you know, it actually looks pretty good, but let's not do that. I wonder why that was. What's up with that? Huh? A compass. Let's just do a microchip. See what that looks like. Yeah, I feel like that's a little more representative. All right. And then, oh, you know what? We also need to look at that one more time. Mim in this widget. So we have this class memory icon, which is fine. But I want to get rid of this line at the top. I think it's in the actual script itself that it's grabbing that from. Let's just see. Thickness 4. Yeah. No, that's the actual thickness of the bar up at the top. So I think it's going to be in that pop script. Or not. So really, I think it's that. And then when we look at it again, it did not reload properly. I guess let's reload it. Amazing. I managed to crash it. All right. That is not what we need to do. Oh, thanks, Raiden. Yeah, you'd be surprised. I would say that most of Linux servers in the world probably would be Ubuntu server. I think it probably has the, if I had to guess, I'd say it has the most spun up in all of data centers combined in a business. And then I would say probably like CentOS 7 would be probably close behind. You would be shocked to see how many CentOS 7s are still being used, even though it shouldn't be. I think it's end of life. Very few people actually use the Red Hat subscription model. Yeah. Ubuntu is actually pretty easy to set up, and the ease of use is why it's probably the most dominant, I'd say, in business. It's still not recommended by me per se, but I have used it before when I was just like, you know what, I just need to. I remember I was setting up like a Nagios monitoring instance. This is a while back, obviously. You probably shouldn't be using Nagios this day and age. But I was needing to set it up and monitor several different data centers and then get really granular with a lot of the reporting going on. And, oh, geez, I think I set that up in Ubuntu instance just because I was like, I don't have time to do all the firewall deconfiguration in a RHEL instance along with the sys SE Linux with some of the profiles I probably needed to create so I can get all this done. So I was just like, screw it. I'm just going to use Ubuntu. And it was just so much faster. So there's a real world application I can think where I chose Ubuntu over like a RHEL server. But it is the devil. Yeah, Debian just doesn't have the polish. The Debian team, it requires a little more configuration, and at the end of the day, ease of use wins every time. All right, let's look at that system pop. I swear there's something there. Memory pop, sys memory, bam, 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 bam. I swear this is just wrong. What does that do? You think that might have caused my problem with the sound too? Not quite. Oh, you know what it is though? This totally... Aha! We just had an aha moment, a little breakthrough. You guys are going to laugh. Check this out. Let's go vol. Remember how I was sitting there going, I can't figure out why I can't get the audio fixed. It's this stupid little bar here. Can we just remove it? Yeah, that helps. That helps tremendously with the audio box. Oh my. That's just too simple. I didn't even think about that. What if we do the like 100? Yeah, look at that. It's starting to come together. See, even though sometimes it feels like we're just pounding around, as we mess around more with Eww, we're starting to get it a little bit more. Starting to get a little bit more control. Get a little bit cleaner on that. Okay. Why you use system D? Why not? Yeah, in Polybar is really limited, where this one, sky is the limit. Not to mention, at the start of the stream, Polybar was using 20% of our CPU. Now, obviously, there's some scripts in there, but man, that is a lot. So this is far, far better. Like, wow. Much cleaner, too. Let's go to audio now. Let's fix the audio scripts. What do y'all use for a music player in Linux? What's the best music player? That's what I want to know. Because I don't really use music players. I'm actually, the music you're hearing right now is from MusicB in Windows. MPD. MPD is what everyone does. All right. MPD is probably, is that CLI based or is it graphical? I wonder. Let's look at the scripts on Music Intro. Let's see how he programmed these up. Dead Beef. That's a good name. So let's go scripts. And music info. Vim music info. Scripts by 80 1090. And this is grabbing... So it looks like just MPC is what it's using. I don't think I've ever used MPC. MPC, what is that? Huh. Music player client. Program for controlling the music player daemon. Obviously, this is not in Rocky. Let's see if we can go DNF search MPC. I don't see anything here. strawberry. So what we probably need here, yeah, MPC and MPD work together. And if we do a DNF search MPD, that probably doesn't give us much either. Oh no, there it is. Music player daemon. That's what we need. So DNF install MPD. And that should grab that. You think it'll also grab MPC as well? No. MPD. Okay. So MPD does have TLDR MPD. Music player daemon. You know, what if I set up like a Docker container on a server and it just played this music nonstop, and then I used like a networking query to basically grab the music so I never have to play or start it. It just is, it's like a 24/7 radio station of all this music. And then I'm able to read it and then just spit it out on the title bar there. That'd be pretty dope. I mean, I might be going a little bit wild there, but you know me, I always have a tendency to do that. So it only does Debian for the MBD. Let's go. Just go with rhythm box and be done with it. So probably the best, I think we would probably just get another script, but I was just kind of curious with MPD because I've never used it. Something new. Let's go documentation. See, so you could actually play it through MPD and then do it all. This is just the installation. What about configuration? So it puts it in mpd.conf. Ah. I really dig it. So you do like a touch of this on the MPD, and then you play it all. Oh, that's so cool. And then you can add plugins so you could remotely control it. It's pretty legit. I'm just thinking of where I could toss it. And that way, like when I reboot the computer, it would knock it offline. But if I could read it and the album art and then pull it into my thing when on boot, then you could see what's playing up here. I mean, I don't know. I mean, is that worth doing? Yeah, I love celluloid with MPV. 100% agree with you, Sparky. VLC's kind of trash on Linux. Not my fave, to say the least. I've had way too many problems with VLC on Linux to suggest it to anyone. Windows, I still use VLC, though. All right, let's just see what this looks like. Give it the old college try. I wonder how simplistic this would be. So, like, let's say you're gonna play. So you play it, but advanced usage using it. So you start it, MPD. MPD ships with systemd service units. So on startup, does it just auto play? So we don't have MPC. .opus. That was a VoIP protocol I remember back in the day. I don't know. They were always trying to push it, and I was like, I'm just going to use 729. Or 711. 711 if it actually had a good connection. 729 if it didn't. And you had to buy a Kodak, I remember. Anywho. Yeah, you can actually, I think it was VoIP codecs. And if you look at the top 10 VoIP codecs, it was like one of the recommended ones. Yeah, I probably just said it wrong. But yeah, let's see what it is. If it's still Opus. Opus was one of the top ones. Let's see. So I was using 729, 711 is probably the most used. So 711 is the most used. 729 requires a codec for, I can't remember what it was. You had to buy the license though. I do remember that, at least for what we were doing. But I can't remember exactly. It used like 8 kilobits instead of the 32 of like 711. When I was dealing with a bunch of satellite connections, so obviously we paid for the 729. Anywho, yeah, sorry. Detour. Squirrel. Alrighty. Can MPD play songs by itself, or is it just a server, is what I want to know. If it starts, is it just going to play? So it does look like it would just play it. It looks like it just plays song through a systemd service, if I'm getting all this right. I guess let's grab some of the songs and see what we got. Yeah, but I'm thinking about where it plays using MPD. It probably would play on the server, I'd imagine. Let's see. Yeah, it'd play on the server. So we'd host it on this box, I want to say, and it would just play through it. And we could grab that 1 second. Let's just save this and connect. Save. Just changing the avatars around a little bit. So then anybody talking will show on screen and then it'll disappear after like a minute. We'll see. We'll see how that works. Hey, Chris, I want to upload clips to YouTube of some short discussions or pieces of advice you give on stream. Yeah, go for it, Pseudo. Have at it, man. I'm all about that. Like some of the most successful people in either podcasting or streaming, they're successful not because of them. They're successful just because the people watching them take clips and post them. So I never understood that, why like a social media person would ever be like, you stole my video or my art. I totally get it if someone like steals my idea and then like word for word copies my video and then makes it themselves, that would not be cool. But that rarely happens. I think it happens in like the Mr. Beast ripoff realms, for like the kids that just don't have much original thought. But I mean, heck, yeah, for this, man, have at it. Just make as many clips as you want. Post it anywhere you want. You want to go TikTok, you want to go wherever. I don't care. Twitter, YouTube, all of it's fair game. I've never done a copy. I've never done a takedown. I've even had a couple people post pretty gnarly stuff about me. Some of it was just really taken out of context. I remember a security guy. Oh man, it was so messed up. He grabbed a video of mine where I was talking about security and he pieced together clips so it made it sound like I was shilling a VPN and then put it at the start of his video. It was like a security channel. I can't remember. I think it's like, yeah, anyways, yeah. That was just gnarly. I didn't appreciate that. But I didn't do a takedown or anything. I still just left it. I was like, whatever. Karma comes and gets those people eventually. All right, let's try it. Creates a 30-minute video of that. So true, Sparky. So true. Let's see here. Let's see. Let's try and do our MPD, and then we're going to do a user. We'll do a systemd MPD start, I want to say, with the... So if we go to .config, and I don't think MPD is going to be there, so we go make directory MPD, cd MPD, and then let's do a mpd.conf, I think it was. So this is this. And if we look at the .conf file, so you can put it either in etc if it's running as like root, which why would you do that? It's a more of a system or a user command. You would want that in your user folder right down here. So mpd.conf. So it look like, let's get an mpd.conf example. Let's go to Google and go mpd.conf GitHub. And let's just grab someone's gist. So this is the example configuration of mpd.conf. Okay. I like it. It's all documented up. I dig it. Let's just come back over here. Let's just quit. Let's remove this. Let's grab that raw GitHub file. Then let's look at it, man. This is gonna be legit. So if we come over here, we go Titus. We got that. Now for the playlist directory, I feel like you'd want that in somewhere writable to us. Like, why would you set it in var libraries mpd playlists? This sets the mpd internal playlist directory. This proposes a list. Huh. Okay. I guess we can leave that alone. I think we'll leave that as a stock. User MPD. I think we'll just do this as Titus, right? Why would we put it as something else? Auto update, yes. Password. If this setting is set, MPD will require password authentication. Password can be set and be specified. This setting specifies a user who has not logged in yet. I don't think we really need to mess with any of that. Hmm. This is gonna be odd. Most of this is just all is decoding, limitations, internal buffering, volume adjustments. I don't think we're gonna need. All right, all right. I feel like we need to grab MPC to be able to read this stuff, though. Oh, gosh, come on. Do like that. Come on, let's think about this. Think about this just a bit. If we go into Vim, let's take a peek at that music info again. So this is wanting to use playing. It's using MPC, and we need MPC. FFmpeg, it's also using. I think we just grab MPC from Nix because I don't think this is here. Let's just do an update. Yeah, there's nothing there, nothing to do. And DNF search MPC is just not going to yield anything. That's just library files. And I don't feel like compiling it, so Nix it is. And I don't think that's going to be a problem. Let's go MPC. MPC CLI. You would think MPC CLI would be in every distro, but oh well. Isn't it -U? I think -U does an upgrade of all the packages. Yeah, I am too, Wim. Like, just seeing what Nix does here for all of this, like the fact that all these applications that we have installed on the system that aren't here, like MPC, Rofi, all of them are getting updated in their own root. So like if something breaks in this, I'll just uninstall it and I can easily do a Nix rollback too, because it does snapshots before it does any updates too. It's really kind of amazing. I really need to try Nix OS. I love it. All right, so we got MPC installed. Let's get back. Let's get back to our MPC. MPC not found. Relaunch MPC. MPC CLI. Nix environment query. We have MPC. Maybe a reboot. I think a reboot's necessary for Nix refresh. Let's see, TLDR Nix environment. Let's see, was there a way to refresh packages? I don't think there is. That's okay. It's been a minute. You'll never know you didn't ring the notification bell. Oh yeah, still on Rocky. Day 2 of Rocky. MPC. Still no MPC commit. All right, let's just do this. And I wanted to grab all these music files. 1 second. I want to say stream. Was it music? Music B. Ah, here it is. I'm just grabbing these files. We're going to go video production. Actually, I think Twitch. No, not Twitch. 1 second. I'm going to grab everything. I wonder, so my thought on this MPC or the media daemon is that we try to read the files directly off a networking store drive, and then we can plug that directly into here. So it might reconfigure the daemon to specify a network drive and then read anything off of it directly. So if I'm on the inside computer, I'm like, oh, I found a banger copyright free music I want to play on stream. I can just drop it in there and it'll just auto grab it. I think that would be pretty cool. Yeah.
Howdy.
Yeah, what's up, bud?
I just want to let you know it's time for lunch.
All right, man. I'll be in a minute.
Okay. How's everyone going?
Pretty good, man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No complaints here.
We need to do our gaming stream sometime.
Oh yeah, this weekend, man. We'll do it. All right, let's see here. Let's give it a reboot, and we'll get it going. We also got to redo Grub again. It's fine for now, but I think we could probably issue this mpd command. So if we look at, let's just go vim. If we look at this comp file, instead of doing the music directory here, if you do an ls media main pool Synology streaming and synthwave, yeah, so this is there. Let's just grab all this, copy it, paste. So that would be all of the files directly off of network drive. And then it's just, can this play it? Is MPC working? Why is this not working? Damn it. All right, let's see what we got. Maybe we installed the wrong package. A minimalist command line interface for MPD. Okay. What's in here? We could try and build it. It's probably gonna fail on us though. Oh, hmm. Let's give it a whirl. We'll try and do the old college try on this build. A lot of builds I haven't done on Rocky just because I know it's going to be missing like dependencies like crazy. But at this point in time, it's just not reading this command. And it looks like a messin build, a cat, messin. Or let's just do cat readme. It's not in Rocky at least. It's probably available in almost every other distro, just not this one. A limitation. See, we got MPC or MPC CLI. None of that's there. We do a DNF search MPC. There's some libraries we could grab, like library-mpc devil. So if we did DNF install, let's go sudo DNF install lib mpc devil. That'll get me most of the development files needed for MPC. But I don't think it's going to get me actually MPC. We'll give it a whirl anyways. I just don't think this is going to work. I'd love it if it did, but we will see. All right. So NPC still not there, of course. Let's try to build it. We'll cat the README. And if we look at this, NPC, blah, 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 you need a C99 compiler, GCC, Mason, I don't know, libmpd client 2.9. So then you just do that. Ninja, so DNF install Ninja, Meson, and then GCC. For Ninja, I think that's actually part of the Meson package, right? Yeah, Ninja-build is what it is. And GCC is already installed. All right, great. So then it just should be a simple run this, and then -c output, and then -c output install. So that looks pretty good, except for the whole Sphinx build not being there. And CMake. So we probably need CMake, Sphinx build. We might be able to get this. All right, CMake should be there though, right? Let's grab CMake. I don't know what Sphinx is. I don't think I've done that on many builds. Sphinx? A Python? Hmm. All right, what else we have? libimpd client. That's probably not anywhere. We'll see. Problems. Dependency problems, as I thought. Why not a web interface? Just make it easier. Net jukebox probably would be better. I kind of want to just mess around in it right now, but I think probably having like a dedicated container just always playing this as a radio station and then just tapping into it, and then grabbing the information to display on the actual device here would be the best method. But I don't know. I just kind of want to mess around with it right now. And we don't have MPD client, so I don't think we're going to be able to build this because we're missing so many dependencies. And that's why not many desktop users use Rocky. Very limited package selection. Oh, Net Jukebox? Okay. Jukebox. Net Jukebox. Here we go. A flexible media share is a web-based media jukebox for MPD. Oh my gosh, sorry. Just me hacking up a lung most of this stream. Step by step. Oh my god. Oh, how old is this project? Does anybody even use XAMPP anymore? I remember XAMPP. Y'all remember that on Windows? Oh my gosh. It's been well over 10 years since I've done a XAMPP. Come on. That's nuts. All right. That's hilarious. So this one's PHP, MySQL, Maria, latest net jukebox version. Extract it, and then it all plays through the web. Interesting. I feel like we'd set this up. WinAMP. That's crazy. Okay. That'd be so cool. Did they have Win? Did someone? There's a WinAMP project on here. I'm sure. WinAMP Linux. Give me. There's got to be one. Let's try it. WinAMP for Linux. Oh my god! Look how old. Red Hat Linux for kernels 2.2 or 2.4. It's been tested on RHEL 6 and RHEL 7. Oh, this is not gonna work. Let's check. DNF search WinAMP. Yeah, that's not gonna be any official repos. I'm sorry. I'm going off on a tangent here, but okay. QMMP, you can do WinAMP skins. Let's see. So this is WinAMP 3. Old WordPress, man. Look at that. Look at that last updated 2021. That's actually a lot more recent than I thought. That's cool. That's pretty funny though. Why was this being posted? Oh, the post date was October 2001. I was like, why? That's really old. Uh oh, okay. That's cool. All right, well, let's try something a little bit less janky. QMMP. I saw that. QMMP might actually be in the repos, hopefully. Did you guys see the tweet from the guy that does curl? He's on the curl dev team. Windows Defender started detecting curl.exe as malware, and people started deleting curl from their Windows systems. I was like, what? That's nuts. Oh, jeez. Can't even make that up. QMMP, nothing. It's a Qt library, downloads. Yeah, I don't see any rel in here. That's okay. Let's just work around it. Let's just do a nix, env, qa, qmmp. I bet you it's in there. Oh, it's in the epill? I have the epill on here. Don't I? So, yeah, if we have it, you sure it's in the epill? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have this. I'm almost positive. Probably from the old EPO. Yeah, there it is. EPO release 9.5. Yeah, I got it installed. Huh. Oh, you found it, Neo. Let's see. I need to add a Chatterino. Yeah, here it is. Badger. Daniel Steinberg. Do not, I repeat, do not remove curl.exe from your Windows System 32 folder to silence a stupid security scanner. It will lead to tears and sorrows. And if you do, please do not ask me for help when you've broken your Windows install. I can't fix that. Oh, yes. Oh, I love it. That's so great. Yeah. It popped up on my feed and I laughed my butt off. I was like, that's typical Windows antivirus for you. Flagging crap that's not even relevant. Let's check our repo list. Let's just do a sudo repo list just to verify. It should be there though. So we are using that extra packages. There's the EPEL, the extra packages. We even have Rocky Linux extras, and then we just have some RPM Fusion, RockM. So we should have everything here. But it's not. So in comes Nix for the win. QMMP. Oh wait, what? Oh. Nix packages. I wish that it was just you type it in and not have to do Nix packages dot. But oh well. All right, there's QMMP. That's cool. Playlist. Like the snapping, that's solid. So now I wonder. I know we could add all our songs into here. So let's add directory. And we're going to just go back to media. Oops. Media. Main pool. Streaming. Synthwave. Choose. So then we have all of our files right here. How do we control this? Would be the next thing. So let's check QMMP CLI usage. QMMP CLI usage. Let's try terminal, maybe. Does it have terminal commands? If not, we're probably going to have to dump it. It looks cool, and we can totally do like a WinAMP style thing, but we definitely need terminal usage because the end user is probably not going to see some of this. So blah, 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 you get it. You got that. Let's see if there's QMMP -- help. There is, so we could play current song, we could play a current listing, toggle visibility for hide show. So if you do like a -P, that doesn't really show anything. Is that playing? Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Ugh. Fatal error, fatal error. All right, what do we got? All right. Uh, yeah, you need to set it to use Pulse Audio. We're using Pipewire. Its default is ALSA. Let's see. Let's try QMMP Pipewire. Let's see. I gotta say, I'm not a big fan. It's in the settings menu. Oh, God. Doesn't have a CLI interface. Can you even call yourself a Linux app? No, I'm kidding. All right, let's go settings. Okay, what do we have? Can we also increase this a little bit? Like, appearance seems a little bit on the... I don't know if it's just my old man eyes or what, but like I kind of need this to be a little bigger. Just, yeah. All right, okay. Shortcuts, playlist, advanced. Continue playback on startup. Connectivity, audio. Yeah, it's under plugins. There is audio things. All right, plugins. We got in-player plugin. Visualizer analyzer plugin. Ooh. Oh, that's cool. Let's see what we got for a Pipewire plugin. Yeah, okay, cool. You gotta hit play. All right, maybe take that visualizer plugin on. We'll come back to that. Okay. All right, that seemed to work. Greatness. So then, what we can do now, can we pull it into here and make it better? So really, if we just do QMMP, it should just pop up and play. All right, maybe not there. But if we go play, yeah. Okay, great. So now, if we do like QMP help, let's look at the triggers. We can do a P for play, and then hide it, right? Where are you at? I saw it. I literally just saw it. Toggle visibility. Toggle visibility. All right. And yeah, pretty legit. All right. Working. So then we just got to get it up here. Also, we got to adjust the gain of it too. Oh, it's about to drop. It's too loud. Too loud. Too loud. Whoa. Sorry. We need to adjust that. Sorry. All right. Very cool. But now we got to adjust the volume. So probably like a 50% volume. Let's go help. Then toggle visibility. And then set volume status of volume 50. probably for background. A little bit better. So then we just gotta take that, now that it's playing in the background. Maybe we make a systemd service and then push it up there. How do we want to do it? I feel like that would be pretty awesome, but we also probably need to do a shuffle. So it's not just playing the same song all the time. So we'd have a volume 50, and then I would throw, oh, let's see, shuffle in there. There's got to be a shuffle, right? Let's grep shuffle. There is no shuffle. I wonder. Maybe there we could do like a random. Set like a bash script to randomize the seek. Or the actual track it's playing. That could be totally there. And we also have the now playing format syntax to where we can put that in there as well. Check to see if there are existing MPC plugins for Eww to pull the data from the socket. I don't think there is because we can't even get MPC to work. We have no MPC. MPD is the daemon that plays it in the background, but sadly we can't do that. But very, very close to getting it all working. And if we do volume 50, and then we have it over here, and we got SMP like this. Oh, was it QMMP? Oh. And if we look at status, it gives us title. I think we just give it the title. I probably need to specify these a little bit better. Still a little too loud too. I think honestly, a volume of 20 should be fine. Yeah. So now let's use this over here to play or go forward. Let's say we're tired of this song. We want to go to the next one. Can we just go next? All right, great. And the question I have, will it loop? Maybe. So let's see what we can do for status. We just need to grab basically the title. I think the title of these songs is what we grab. And then just toss that at the top. Not right now. It's Stream Beats. All this stuff's from Stream Beats. Harris Heller made them. All copyright free. Shout out to him. Should probably and I kind of want to put that in the title so then when people are like just watching my streams, they can just see what's playing in the top. I think that would be pretty awesome. Yeah. And if you go now playing, now playing. Yeah, now playing. Did I not get that right? Oh, okay. So you would do now playing and then just go %T. Detected locale C with the character encoding of ANSI X3.1. This is not UTF-8. depends on UTF-8. Locale has switched to C.UTF-8 instead. This causes... It just is continually doing that, isn't it? Ah. Okay. So it is spitting that out for the locale. Maybe we fix that through the environmental anyways. Let's go V. We'll fix our... We messed with this yesterday with our locale. Remember we hard-coded this? So what we can do is just do that. And we can just source... what was that? ETC environment? 1 second. We're just going to look at that. LC-all, echo, LC_all. It's just set there. So if we source, or we'll just do export. We'll fix this real fast. So now it's that. And then if we do another now playing title, okay, we're good. So that fixes that error, which probably needed to be fixed anyways because of other applications probably going, I don't know what this collation is. Oh, okay. Oh, let's see. All right, we got found you a solution. This guy's doing it. There's always somebody that's already done it. Solid. Let's go scripts. Let's just getting volume. Get RAM. What is he using? Create a replacement for Bumblebee bars in I3. Blah, blah, blah. PlayerCTL, which is picking up what I'm playing from NC Spot. Oh, PlayerCTL? Is that... I don't know if we have that. We probably don't... They probably don't include this. Yeah, there's no PlayerCTL. Huh. Okay. Ooh, okay. Yeah, Sparky, I'm following you. Let's see if we can build it. If we can't build it, we'll probably just grab it from somewhere else. It does have an RPM. Maybe that'll work. We haven't done too many RPM installs. So sudo RPM I PlayerCTL. Really? Huh. Well, that was easy. That's a win. So PlayerCTL, we have all these. And then if we look back on the Eww script, music details are coming from PlayerCTL, what's playing on NC Spot. And then if we look at... I don't think it's going to pull from QMMP, but we can switch over to MPD. Now, I like this better, and I think this has more options for shuffling and repeating. Let's see. Status? No players found. Dash P. Dash P. No players found. It's in listeners.yuck. Okay. Eww update reveal Spotify true. So he's using Spotify. But as long as we get that, we should be fine. So we got that section, but we really need, I think we really just do MPD. Since we're really not changing anything and we're not doing it from a user level, let's just do MPD. We'll move.config mpd.mpdconf to etc. Yes. And then if we do like a sudo system CTL status MPD, it's not loaded. Let's go start enable MPD. Oops, not start. What is it? Now? Okay. It looks like that did kick up some errors. So if we go system CTL status MPD failed, resulting in socket failed open database plugin. We're missing some problems here. Missing some stuff. Okay. How do I use MPD in culmination with this? Oh, that's gonna be interesting. Yeah. I'm gonna start the music over here so we're not just listening to silence, but let's go to Lunar Awakening. What's this song? All right, back to it. Oh, you'd have the answer if I looked at chat. Would I? Would I really? I don't believe you. You sit on a throne of lies. You don't say anything about MPD. What are you talking about? MPD configuration, MPD. Is it in his UBAR? Does it say how he configured this? He's saying he's using NC spot instead of MPD. But I want to use MPD. Right, but if MPD doesn't start, bro, then how in the hell is it going to work? See? Failure. Failed. It's if you can't start the music player, Damon, it's not going to work. PlayerCTL starts it? Does it? Because when you go PlayerCTL, and let's say you're just going to say play or whatever, no players found, or PlayerCTL, what do we got? Like, if you look at the yuck, update, reveal, blah, blah, blah. So follow metadata. Okay, fine. That's just grabbing the listening. Follow status true. There's nothing about playing the music, though. This is just to display it. How in the hell am I going to do that? Emotional damage. I love that guy. I love that guy. Oh, socials, man. He's great. Player CTL dash A. All right, player CTL dash A. All players. That should dash A. Why didn't that work? Does not show. Select all players to be controlled. It did not show. Dash dash. All players. No. Huh. Why am I having problems with this? Yeah, I'm looking. I'm looking. Yeah, and if you look at like just launch an MPD by itself or sudo MPD, you can see it's running into some permission denies and it can't bind or something. What if um hmm music player daemon is what it stands for. I just want it to play. I've got something running on port 660. I don't think so. We can check the net stat. And if you just look at the net stat, there's really not much going on with the system. We just have like synergy and nothing. So I don't know what it's smoking. Um hmm. Well, let's just see. Yeah, no. See? Sudo netstat. There's literally nothing running. We have like systemd synergy, which is what I'm using to go back and forth between PCs, and that's it. That'd be all. So not much, man. And firewall D's not enabled. I disabled that a little bit ago. If you ever use like Fedora or any RHEL-based system, you can go system CTL status firewall D. I'm pretty sure I disabled it. Yeah, I did. So SE Linux is disabled as well. SE status disabled. So we don't have a firewall. We don't have SE Linux. Real secure. That's me. And nothing's really running on netstat. So why? Why? Yeah, I know. It doesn't make sense at all. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Does not make sense. Um, yeah, let's try it. Let's try it. Player CTL dash A play. No players found. Maybe we use something other than MPD? I don't know. I just feel like MPD's messed up. Let's just sudo rm etc mpd. I probably should have done a listing of that and specified mpd, but yeah, well, it's gone now. Sudo systems disabled mpd. All right. Yeah, this would be so much easier on Arch or pretty much any other distribution. I wanted to make my life hard. There's no doubt about that. But I kind of like the challenge. So what I think though, I really do like PlayerCTL. I like this solution that you came up with. I do think it is a good solution. Um, see, it does MPD, Spotify, CMOS, web browsers, Rhythmbox, MPV. What about Rhythmbox? If we just do a DNF search, rhythm. Wait, what? Rhythm. Rhythm. Doesn't have Rhythmbox. But I feel like Rhythmbox would be an easy solution, right? Let's just do Rhythmbox RPM. Let's just grab it. Rhythmbox. Do we have it for rel? No, of course not. CentOS 8. Okay, that's okay. We'll just do it through Nix. But on Nix, it's not going to read it from PlayerCTL. I really want this to be... Let's find something that's in the EPEL 9 repos. Yeah, we're just trying to play... I mean, we could just do MPV, right? MPV's here. What if we do PlayerCTL, player MPV? So if you had like this, but instead of MPD, you do MPV play. Oh, well, that didn't work. Why the hell is PlayerCTL not reading anything? Yeah, I mean, MPV technically would work and it's in every single repo. And you can create pretty much anything from this, right? Like there should be... Okay, you got the loop, you got the daemon. So let's just look at the daemon first, I guess. Maybe we needed to start the daemon and then PlayerCTL. What was that? Player. What if we just do play? No players found. But let's say we're playing something over here. Let's... Did we get rid of QMMP? All right, so we have this. I don't think QMMP is going to be in here. Next. No players, no players. Okay, so QMMP, yeah, QMMP is not going to work. That's fine. Let's just go to media. Main pool. Audio CIOAU. So we have all these. What if we just do MPV star.wav? All right. Then you got this going. What about play? No players. Player equals MPV. Next. No players. What in the heck? Why? Why? Hmm. All right. All right. Sorry. Oh, God. All right. Take it easy, Sparky. Get out of here, man. Oh, yeah, there is Linux Brew. I think he made a comment about that, too. It was just, man. No players. No players found anywhere. PlayerCTL, no players found. What if... Nope. I don't know. I don't know. I'm literally at a loss for words here, y'all. Huh. Take it easy, Spark. Bah! Death. Complete death on this one. For sure, man. Ah. PlayerCTL not seeing any players. Command VLC to go to the next track if it's running. If not, then send the command to Spotify. So you have all these different players, and it's not really seeing it. Maybe we need to reboot. You think that would do it? I mean, at this point, I'm gonna try everything. Yeah, let's just give it a just a quick little reboot here, and see what's up. Someone said you needed MPD running. Yeah. Hmm. Music player daemon. MPD. Okay. Well, good to see I'm not the only one failing here with MPD. Uh Again, server distros are a little weird because they don't really care about audio. The reason why Linux's audio and uh sometimes graphics lags behind a lot of other operating systems is because Linux is really used for server headless installs a lot. So audio doesn't even come into consideration. Same with video. That's why sometimes you see that in the Linux realm where it's just a little bit hacky or a little bit rough around the edges, especially on non-desktop distributions like Rocky. Rocky does have desktop capabilities, but very, very limited compared to others. Having said that, I still am really enjoying this. It's just I wanted to kind of get the music pushed over here. I guess I don't have to, but yeah, I think you could probably swap out the kernel to like a Xan mod. You guys want to try it? Sure, let's try it. Let's try to do a custom kernel real quick. I'd probably go Xan mod. That's my favorite custom kernels. Although Xanmod might not be Debian based, or it might just be only Debian based distributions for Xanmod. Oh crap, I think that is. Um, yeah, Xanmod's. Oh yeah, supports all Debian, Ubuntu, and Debian based systems. Yeah. What about custom kernels for RHEL? Let's see. Is there anything? Yeah, are you really sure? Are you absolutely sure? Uh, Probably building. All right, prerequisite. Let's just. Actually, you know what? Let's just put it over here. Let's just grab all the prereqs for this. You know what I hate? When people make like copy paste commands in Linux and they feel the need to put some stupid glyph right here that completely screws up the copy paste. Like, why? Why you do that? It's so dumb. It drives me crazy. It's not there, is it? Yeah. DNF list group or DNF groups group list. Is there a development tools? Probably. So this is actually wrong. I think it's DNF install. This actually should be DNF install development tools. Something like this. I think it's group install. So this grabs a lot of development stuff. All right, great. So, all right, fine. And then grab some of the header files and stuff. Sure. Again, hate that, but you know, teach his own. And then power tools, which I don't think that, well, maybe. Let's try it. No repo for power tools. Dwarves. Seem to work. Development tools. Yeah, I think we got development tools earlier. So yeah, development tools for group install. Okay. Nice. Thank you, Sparky. I thought you were out of here, man. Liars. Lies. But I appreciate the link there. Let's see. Rocky Linux. We got that. We got the El Repo repository. What the hell is this? What's he linking me? El Repo. Spanish. Linux, no. I took a couple years of Spanish. Don't remember much, but I do. All right. It does look like it has some extras, and it does have a custom kernel. Interesting. I've never seen this repository before. Well, let's grab the GPG key and give it a whirl. Nothing like just adding regular stuff. Not yet. We haven't quite gone off the rails. People are like, "Are you still on Rocky?" I'm kind of like, "Yeah, still here. Hadn't broke it yet." That's a testament to the Rocky Linux team. If you make me last more than a day on your distribution, that should be like a badge of honor. You should get like some kind of credential. Be like Titus didn't be like make shirts. Titus didn't break my repo in 24 hours. It's a miracle. All right, verify repository import. I think we probably need to do an update. All right, there it is. Okay. So we have mainline kernels ML, LT kernel. What's that mean exactly? I wonder what else is in the L repo kernels. Huh. Oh, you know what? We can't do this, I don't think, because we're using custom AMD drivers. Ooh, you think it's gonna break it? I guess let's do it and find out. We haven't broke it yet. Doing some custom kernels with proprietary graphics drivers is a great way to break your system, though. So I think we do that. Kernel ML, headers, modules extra. We do need this for the best shot of it actually working, though. Because if we just do the mainline kernel, it's going to break the system for sure because of our AMD drivers. So let's give it a whirl. Bam. Incoming 6.3 on Rocky. That's a little bit of a wall of text, isn't it? What are you saying? The downloaded packages were saved in cache until the next successful transaction error. Oh. I guess we could just say, I mean, this would be a little jacked up, but we could allow erasing. No, you can't erase a current kernel as it's booted. Let's go back here. I don't think we're going to be able to do this. Let's just try the regular mainline, but I think it's going to error out because it's conflicting package. That did not look like it errored out. You can unmount boot and allow racing the booted kernel. Oh, that sounds like a terrible idea. But we haven't broken it yet. Yeah, we'll try the headers next. I didn't expect that to actually work. Yeah, because they had to step 1, install the mainline kernel. Then step 2, add the optional packages, which we can just go up a couple times, try it again. Okay, let's see. Error, your kernels, blah, 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 cannot be found. Source, tell us we're DKMS. That's okay. We need to grab the modules now. That's going to be a problem because of the headers. Using these proprietary drivers is going to be a big, big issue. This was super dumb. I should not have done this. No, this was just bonkers. Just completely, I'm off my rocker. If you're using custom proprietary graphics drivers, do not install custom kernels. I know that. And yet here I am installing a custom kernel. It's just stupid. Can't even follow my own advice sometimes. Oh my. Let's remove that El repo. Yeah, that was dumb. Ugh. How bare bones is this distro to compare to something like Arch Linux? Arch Linux is like 10 times more feature packed than this distro. This distro is about as bare bones as you can get. But it's done that way on purpose because it's meant for stability and reliability. So almost everything in it's supposed to be pretty old. Stupid is always good for TV. True words. True words. Oh, well. Oh, Wim, I tried to install a custom kernel and I forgot I was using custom proprietary graphics drivers. Never install a custom kernel with proprietary graphics drivers. That's just never a good idea. That will always end poorly for you. All right. So we have our title bar in. We have all that. Our music, I wanted to do some kind of thing. That didn't work out. Custom kernel was also a giant failure. But we got pretty much everything in. I think the Rofi theme we probably want to change around a little bit. Looking at it now, I'm kind of like, I want that opacity to be a little bit darker. And also, I think that search icon is incorrect as well. So we could fix that too. Let's just see. As far as I think it's Rofi, right? Vim config. Transparency. Or is it opacity? I can never remember. Transparent. Yeah, I think so. I think Sparky, I will go back and try that at some point. I think getting I would really like to do MPD. That repo you sent me, I know they're using Spotify, which, you know, I'm using WAV files, which not the best, but they do work. I guess I could sign up for Spotify. But I don't really want to use Spotify. I don't know why, but I swear. Entry button wrapper. That does look good, but I don't think that is totally why. Huh. It's not showing the proper icon or that. Let's do cat. So I'm doing super R for just Rofi. But I guess that's not in here. Oh, no, there it is. Show drun. So yeah, it's just doing Rofi show drun. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. So that's what it's doing. And it's just grabbing the default config file from here. But it looks like trash. Let's fix that. Yeah, right now, obviously, I'm just using my production machine, which is fine. I mean, I don't really need the music up there. I just kind of wanted to do it just to do it. So here's our foreground, our config. Foreground's pretty good. Background black. Thanks a lot, Marie. Yeah, so we have transparent called here. This up here is just setting these variables. The window itself, transparency real. We could change the type of transparency from window. Background color, border, location, anchor, height, width, orientation, vertical. Let's say window transparency Rofi. Let's see what we could also put there. for that. We'll just put you over on the second space. Rofi window transparency. What do we got? Let's see what this person's doing for theirs. I have no idea where I get all this stuff. I just click on random random ones. I'm like, good enough. Let's just grab a little bit from here, a little bit from there. Let's go to, I guess probably it's in the .config Rofi, and then let's take a peek at his config. What kind of transparency is he rocking here? So if we look at the window itself, width, location, it's actually relatively tame. There's not much configuration to this one. No, it doesn't even look like it's doing any opacity either. Is the AA the transparency value? It could be, Tari. Let's see. Right here. Let's just take that and then put 3.3. Oh, I think that is the transparency value. Okay. So let's do CC. I like it. Okay. Yeah. That's pretty much it. What do y'all think of that? I don't love it. I feel like it's missing a little something. I think for the background, I'm going to change it a bit. I think I'm going to actually go with EE, and then I'm going to slightly tweak that background. Go to something like that. I feel like might work better. It's a little too light though. So maybe maybe switch that to 1 like that. It's close. Close. I like that a little bit better than the really harsh black. I kind of want to grab the color scheme from up here to match the bar. And then I think that would be pretty darn good, where you get just a hint of opacity and then a color match. Yeah, I got you. So fantastique sans. Yeah, let's grab that nerd font. It's a good point. Makes for a good point as well. It might also cause some issues. Let's just go downloads. Is that in here? Yeah, there it is. All right. So if we look at our downloads, let's just extract all that to dot fonts. All right, skip, close. All right, great. And then if we just do a FC cache BF, should have our new fonts. I don't think that makes a difference, does it? A little bit difference. I don't know if I like this dotted line either. We might remove that. But needless to say, let's grab. Is that CSS anywhere? Just see the Eww YUCK file. I don't think. It's not there. All right. Remind me to install Lazy Vim again, because I am missing that right now. We're going into Ew bar and then vim ew.scss. What are we looking at? We're looking for our background color for the bar class. So this right here should be this color we need. And then if we look at this foreground, or maybe it's the background right here, and we go paste, does that give me a match? I think that matches it. What do you think, chat? Pretty close. Pretty close. If it was a full, not transparent at all, what do you think? Some transparency, or let's just say we do no transparency. Yeah, I think that's it. I'm everywhere. Yes. Love to hear it. I think it's very close to what it is, but I don't think it's quite the same color. I want to say that the tooltip over here, if we look, I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. Sys color, it just feels just hair off. I mean, it's not that big a deal. At the end of the day, it's very, very close. I think we leave it at this. I don't think it gets too much better than that. It still looks, I mean, hell, it looks a lot better in Windows. It's a pretty low bar, but still. Oh, man. Just missing the icon. I think that, what is that icon? Where'd that come from? Oh, did we decide? I kind of don't like the, kind of don't like the pasty. I think I kind of like just the, like it, like that. And I don't see anywhere where that icon doesn't show. I saw the icon up there, but it did show a search result. So, see, here's the string for the button. And that did show up, so. It could also be, it needs to be reboot too. So, let's say we reboot one last time and just see. It's very close. I would say for this being a server distribution, we've made it look better than probably anybody else has yet to date for a Rocky Linux install. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. There's still much to do, but almost everything on our board is functional. It's using zero resources or very, very minimal resources. And we have access to pretty much everything that we want. And it's defaulting to stuff. I like how everything's laid out. I think the networking icon needs some work over here. This is still trying to call like a network manager D menu, I think it was. So we need to probably change that around. But if we look, yeah, the icon's still not there. Huh. Well, 1 second. We can fix this. I tell you what we'll do. It's just going to push me back to this one, isn't it? Yeah. Let's just go to... let's just go to a solid search. I want to say search is in Fonts Awesome like no other. I'm sure it is. And we'll grab just the search from here. Got search. We'll copy that. Come to here, paste, delete, run that. Still nothing. Gaming, thanks for the prime. Yeah, and this is awesome font. So maybe what we do, oh, I know what it is. The font is wrong. So the button, if you do FC, oh, sorry, let's get over here. FC list, this gives you all of your fonts. And if we look, well, the Fantastique Sans Mono Nerd Font 16, well, that's actually incorrect. It should be probably something like, let me grab, probably something like this. So I would grab this, and then we would just paste that. So that would probably fix it. Yeah. There you go. Kind of weird, right? How that works. But if you ever are messing around with fonts, always remember that like FC font thing. And then if you don't want to just sift through it like I just did, you can do a FC list like this and just grep. And then go, fantastic. What do we got? And then you go, okay, what is it? Almost all of them follow this style. And then obviously 16 point is what that is. So that's the scheme for Rofi. And if you ever are messing with that, that's how you find your fonts in Linux. So that's nice. It's nice. We got a good little menu. I like it. The dots, I'm not too crazy about on that. I don't know if we can change that in Rofi or not. Just looking, I want to say not for the separation there. I think that's just part of Rofi. Do you guys know which distros have immutable file systems? I think Fedora Silverblue is immutable. NixOS, I want to say, is immutable as well. Or it has at least a flavor of immutable. Oh, what else has a really good immutable file system out there? I mean, honestly, SteamOS from the Steam Deck, that's all immutable. Oh, any other good ones I'd recommend? Those three are definitely the top of the top. Clear Linux, yeah. Clear Linux, Vanilla. I don't recommend those, but they're there and they are immutable. You're not wrong. Ubuntu Core. Does Ubuntu have an immutable spin? I don't think I've ever even heard of that. Debian, it doesn't. I haven't seen any mutable spins from Debian. Oh, Clear Linux is stopping development. Oh man, that's too bad. It's really neat to see Clear Linux because it was Intel's like throwing their hat into the Linux realm, but I totally get it's probably just not worth it. All right, we got all that. That is good. Well, we've made some more progress today. I would like to get the music player kind of tidied down, get our networking kind of in order over here, kind of fix that up a little bit. Maybe change some of the formatting here. But I mean, these are all like just nitpicky stuff. Like, I could do a better job with some of the formatting here as well. But overall, this does everything I want it to do. I really don't have any issues with it. Probably one extra thing I want to throw in here at the end is config bspwm, and then This right here, we are only having 6 workstations and we're creating more than that. So really, the config here for the monitor should only be 6 workstations. I shouldn't be creating more than 6. That's not good. So I'm going to delete those extra ones from the BSPWM. Everything else kind of feels amazing and pretty darn good. If we look here, we got to switch up some of these rules so they're not throwing those on any of the wrong desktop. Chromium. We're not using Chromium. MPlayer 2, we're not using. Although we might leave that there to come back. And Discord. Synergy is also. Let's just replace that into 6. I think we'll actually put GIMP into workspace 4 by default. And then the rest of this should be solid. Everything else is being used. And we have our beautiful system. I might change this window, bevel it a little bit more to match our title bar now. And just some little extra work. Overall, I really like this system. And I think it could just stay going for years and years and years. Literally, the support ends for this in 2032. Oh, yeah. If you type bang Discord, you'll get it. Exclamation mark, actually. I'm sorry. Bang. I'm used to bang. Bang Discord. You can see it. Let me just type it in here. Let me make a hotkey for that too. But bang. Discord. Yeah, there you go. You guys got it. Yeah, got it. There it is. It might be completed by then too. That's a good point, Dammy. It's a little bit of a slow go. But I don't know. I think when you're designing kind of like a full-blown distro like this, it's so weird because we're kind of doing it a strange way where it's like a mixture between Immutable and LTS, because we're using the really long LTS of Rocky Linux that doesn't change very much. And then we're putting a bunch of immutable packages in like Flatpak and Nix on top of it. So almost everything you see here is a Nix package. Chatterino. Ooh, from the actual bar at the top. A lot of the plugins like Rofi for the start menu. All of that is Nix packages. It's not included in Rocky Linux. None of this is. So they crash. They do all these other things. None of it's going to even touch the system. The system itself, we could always just drop the TTY and go on with our day. So really kind of an interesting tidbit. But that's kind of the thought process behind here in Rocky Linux, and kind of why I've created it this way. Because I want something to where I can just do my stuff, stream, come on here and go, you know what, I need some DaVinci Resolve for some editing, pull up DaVinci Resolve, not have to worry about some update breaking it, because this is just never going to update unless I tell it to. Create my project, and then just go. And I really like that. I really like it. It's a great system. It's far better than any other setup. It's just, we'll see how long it lasts. It's the opposite approach I've been taking. I've been going more bleeding edge, and it always ends the same way. Me breaking things. I really don't think I can break Rocky Linux. Like, just being real with you guys. I literally think I could pound around on this and do all kinds of silly things, but I'm pretty sure I can get it back, and it's just going to be fine, because Rocky Linux is rock solid. It just is. It's meant to be a server install that's installed in data centers, and it's meant to last a decade. 10 full years of support. I mean, if there's anything I can't break, it would be this. But time will tell. So yeah. Yeah, OpenSUSE is really close. Like, they do have some really stable releases for OpenSUSE and probably would be a better one. Tumbleweed is a rolling distro, which will break things eventually, especially when you have proprietary drivers like we're using. So Tumbleweed wouldn't be a good fit for this specific setup with Resolve. It would eventually cause some heartache. Yeah. For you, AMD and Intel, I mean, if I had to rebuild everything today, which I'm really pondering buying like a 4070 just for the Resolve encoding, I would probably buy the latest gen Intel and then probably an NVIDIA card just for video editing. If I didn't and I was a gamer right now, I probably would buy the high end AMD graphics card and then the high end AMD CPU for gaming purposes. But since most of my work on a computer these days is more business oriented, I do game on it, but it's not. I would say that's like 10% of the time I'm on a computer. And if I'm on doing that, usually I'm using my Steam Deck laying in bed these days, as I don't really game here very much anymore. So that would be kind of my thought process behind those picks. And where you land in that realm, that's probably you're probably thinking about the same thing. So AMD is great for the gamer. I think it's a better value proposition. But Intel's, I think, a little bit faster and just a little bit more stable and reliable from a business aspect. Nintendo Switch, no, I don't feel like wasting a whole bunch of money to have something that looks worse. So, Steam Deck all the way. There's no reason to have anything but a Steam Deck, in my opinion. After using your WinUtil on FreshWin 10, install my test when it closes so slow. Do you know it fixed? That's strange. Your task manager shouldn't be affected by that at all. Maybe what all did you pick? Did you just do the recommended settings, or did you go kind of crazy and uninstall a whole bunch of apps from the store? Usually when you start going wild, that's what happens. Yeah. Let's end it today, guys. What a fun one. I think we're getting close to having there's still some stuff to fix here. There's probably going to be at least another couple streams with the configuration. I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever switch off of this. This might be my forever distro. With that, have a good one. See y'all in the next one. I'll try to stream tomorrow if I can. Hopefully, maybe do some gaming with my son or something like that tomorrow night. We'll see. Either way, have a good one, y'all. Have a great weekend if I don't see you before then. And if not, I'll catch you guys on Monday. Peace.